Where's my pen?
Try that now. Check if this big one is plugged in.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, take your jacket off. I can't, it's too
I'm
loud.
gonna need it.
It's too
I need that
loud.
here.
You need to have a mini fan.
It's gonna get it.
Where's Hayden? Hayden? Is the recording on? Okay. Good evening. I now call this meeting of Uhland City Council to order at 6:03 PM, June 4th, 2026. Would you please call roll? Here.
Place 1 is vacant. Mark Garonzik,
Here.
Seraiah Pineda,
Here.
Mary LaPoint,
Here.
Mathew, Esposito.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Please rise for the pledge and Texas pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On honor of the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the one state under God, one indivisible. Please have a seat. At this time, can you hear me? At this time, I'm going to go to the consent items. I'm gonna jump and I'm gonna move, and then we're gonna get back to those. We need this one because it's got the 5.3 for the attorney. 5.1 is consideration and possible action approving an ordinance adopting updated flood damage prevention regulations in accordance with Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA and National Flood Insurance Program and FIP requirements. That's with the city administrator. 5.2, consideration and possible action approving amendments to the City of Uhland meeting and agenda policy establishing the regular city council meeting date as the first Wednesday of each month. Councilmember Garonzik. 5.3, consideration and possible action approving an engagement agreement for special legal services with Gush Law Firm, Mayor Garza. Does council want to discuss any individual, or can we go forward?
I would like to pull out 5.1 and 5.3 for discussion.
Okay,
If I can just have a brief overview of the FEMA program. because I thought recently we had addressed this. Is there something new coming up or something change or?
So they require the city to adopt a policy every couple of years, and this is the latest revision. They essentially send us a boilerplate that we then approve as adopting to maintain our flood insurance. And so what they do is they send you a document with some blanks that we then fill our information in, and then the city can go more restrictive. So the plan of action here is to adopt the FEMA's plan for us. And then once we have a new engineer on board, we can then go through and personalize that floodplain administration to match more of our services. Some of the language in there will mention like mudslides and landslides. That's probably more West Coast problems than it would be for us, but it's in the FEMA's plan because it's for the entire federal government, essentially whoever touches it. So again, everything in there is boiler language except for the parts that make it Uhland specific.
Okay, so this is something we addressed, I'm going to say like several months ago we talked about the FEMA plan and adopting the FEMA plan, if I can remember correctly.
The last one I saw was from, I think, 3 or 4 years ago that was adopted.
Okay, then I'll have to adjust my memory.
We might have maybe discussed it because it was brought forward towards the end of last year as something that needed to come forward now. The deadline to adopt is June, I think, 10th.
Okay,
So it might have been a discussion item potentially, but nothing has been adopted. So FEMA reached out and said, here's where your current language is deficient. Here's our boiler language. And then we just match it and then approve it. And like I said, in the future, we'll bring back, it's probably something more Uhland specific because it does talk about things that don't really apply to us, but it's never wrong to have all of it in there for now.
okay, thank you. And then for me, for 5.3, I know that we had published an RFQ for legal services. Is this in response to the RFQ or is this a stopgap until we complete the RFQ process?
That is exactly correct. So if you recall in the meeting, 2 meetings ago, I mentioned I was going to try to find an attorney to be a stopgap. That's what this is. And so the RFQ closes at the end of June. So this is to allow us to have legal services throughout the month. You'll notice in the agenda, there's a lot of ordinances and resolutions missing.
Yes.
A lot of that's because it's just a lot of work to be able to do all those without an attorney on hand to help with those things. And so the idea from this meeting will be that whatever council direction becomes will then be codified in a resolution or ordinance after the meeting and then signed.
Okay. And for that particular item, do we need to direct the city administrator or the city or the mayor to sign the engagement contract?
Sure, you can direct me. So in this situation, professional services don't require council action unless they're exceeding the cap on cost. So this was more about providing disclosure for council this is happening because legal services, planning services, engineering services are professional contracts that are ran through the manager's office. But since we've had so much just attorney situations, the mayor and I felt that it was best to bring this forward as an agenda item. So from here, you just direct me and then actually it would become immediate starting this meeting. So the attorney can then preside with me as a member of staff this meeting.
Wonderful. So it's immediate.
Yep, that was the intention of moving the consent items up. So that way for the rest of the meeting, an attorney can weigh in on our agenda items.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you very much. That was all my questions.
Okay. Does any council have any other questions? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I would make a motion to adopt or approve agenda items 5.1, consideration of possible action approving the ordinance adopting the updated flood damage prevention regulations in accordance with the FEMA Federal Emergency Management Agency and National Flood Insurance Program requirements. And also 5.2, consideration of possible action approving amendments to the City of Uhland meeting and agendas policy establishing the regular city council meeting date as the first Wednesday of each month. And 5.3, consideration of possible action approving an engagement agreement for special legal services with Weisky Law Firm and authorizing the city administrator to sign any necessary forms for that agreement.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a second from Councilmember Garonzik. Councilmember Esposito.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we're going to go back to announcements, and I have an announcement to make. I'd like to clarify how items are placed on a city council agenda. Under Texas law and our city procedures, individual council members have the ability to request agenda items for discussion. Because of that, an item appearing on a posted agenda should not be interpreted as an endorsement or approval by the mayor, council as a whole, or the city of Uhland. The purpose of the agenda is to provide transparency and let the public know what topics may be discussed at a meeting. When an item is listed for discussion and possible action, it simply means council will have the opportunity to discuss it and determine whether they should take any action. No official position is established until that discussion takes place and the council votes. Before an agenda is posted, items may be reviewed by legal counsel to identify any legal or procedural considerations. That review is intended to ensure compliance with applicable laws, but it does not mean that it has an endorsement or approval. As mayor, my role is to ensure that meetings are conducted fairly, openly, and according to the law, which means providing every council member the opportunity to bring matters forward for discussion. Open dialogue is essential to good government, and our community is strongest when we come together to listen, engage, and work towards solutions. We're now going to move to public comments.
The first comment is Lacey Duke.
Hello. I'd like to provide a recap of information provided repeatedly to the three-term council members regarding facts discovered starting November 2024. Karen Gallagher resigned and there was barely $50,000 in the city bank account that was solely monitored and managed by her. 2021, Gallagher accepted $321,268 amount from a grant program and never accounted for how it was spent in QuickBooks. Over $89,000 in receivable payments were outstanding. Over $100,000 development checks from early 2024 with Karen Gallagher and Macy Schneider's receiving signatures were undeposited. 2022 GLO MIT Stormwater Grant had a $118,000 city contribution that was also not allocated. Monthly TCEQ OSSF reports had not been filed since 2018, and the city was also not MS4 compliant since 2018. Per the Weaver report, the forensic financial investigation unanimously approved by the council at that time, including Garza and Garonzik, Karen Gallagher had paid herself $10,000 to $12,000 outside of the personnel policy, and she was paying Jimmy McClintock, the part-time contract city inspector, round numbers, direct deposits without any invoices submitted to the city, totaling over $960,000 since 2018. Invoices required per his contract. McClintock was later discovered to not be a fully certified municipal inspector, had not submitted approved permits or certificate of occupancies to the city for any inspections performed that he was paid for, and the city still does not have those required records to my knowledge, as his recorded response to the former city attorney was he does not have them. And lastly in this list, but certainly not least, Karen Gallagher was not paying the EDC its state required 1/3 sales tax with a rough estimate of $2 million and counting. So good guys, what did she tell you about these facts reviewed and confirmed by several professionals that made you change your opinion now and to believe that nothing was concerning? Let me guess that I did it all. Or maybe even worse, that it's not concerning. Everything has a fingerprint, digital or real, and you won't find mine here. Perhaps my fault was trusting a 17-year city administrator or individuals who claim to be good stewards of the community. Yet instead, they turn their cheek to true issues that are at the least negligent and at the worst malicious or malfeasance. And these individuals run a 15-month smear campaign against my good name and submit false statements to authority figures in order to see my hopeful demise play out as publicly as possible. And so that I'm no longer a part of oversight and that my oversight isn't trustworthy. While I'm not shocked that this council is adding insult to injury that they caused by planning to baselessly fire the city secretary, Kim Weatherford, the person that this city owes for keeping it functioning, improving, and the lights on in more ways than one, in order to appoint the very person they deemed unfit to maintain her position as city administrator in January 2025, I am shockingly thankful that you all are finally transparent and showing us all who you were fighting for and who you were working with. Sé quién eres realmente y con el tiempo todos los demás lo sabrán.
Thank you.
Are you keeping time,
I
Mayor?
am.
Okay, great. Next is Vicky Smith. And I forgot to mention the last time, please say your address before you start speaking. I meant to do that in the previous one as well. Lacey, can you say your address, please, into the mic?
266 Oxen Valley Way, Uhland, Texas.
Thank you. Vicky Smith.
I'm on the other side. Good evening. My name is Vicki Smith. I'm at 28 Old Lockhart Road, Uhland, Texas. I own the property at the corner of 21 and 2720. I'm here to speak to you, the council, in support of the rehire of Karen Gallagher. Before I bought the property, I emailed the city and Karen called me. I explained that I was interested in bringing my business to Uhland, but had a few questions. Karen invited me to the city to discuss. I met with her, the former Mayor Duke, and I believe a city engineer. I can tell you they were all welcoming and excited, and I felt confident in my plans. There were promises of financial assistance and the excitement of other new businesses coming to the city. I closed on my property in May of 2024 and began the process of site planning, building development, and permitting. Having no experience with anything like this, you can imagine how overwhelming it was. I don't know what I would have done without the support of Karen and her knowledge and her experience. She continued to help me through that process even after she was let go from the city. I want to add there were times when Lacey was helpful as also. The last face-to-face with Lacey was at my property, and she came with him. They wanted to bring up the topic of Karen, but I changed it. I didn't want to be involved in that. When I asked her about the financial assistance that was promised, she informed me there was no money. The last conversation with Lacey was after Mr. McClintock was replaced, another person who was extremely helpful. I called her to express my frustration and fear that at the end of my property, they were bringing in new inspectors. How were they going to view things? Was it going to delay everything? I've been hesitant to speak about this topic with the formal council in fear of some retaliation or delays. I come before you, the new board, who seems truly to have the best for the city in your sights. I have only known Karen for 2 years. I have never spoken with anyone who has had one negative thing to say about her or her ethics. Karen has devoted 17 years to this city. The way her name and reputation was destroyed on rumors and innuendos is a crime in itself. We need to remember who was arrested for crimes against the city. There aren't many of us who don't have a past, and Karen's past was brought out but needs to stay in the past. In my opinion, the city would benefit from having Karen and her experience. I moved my business to Uhland with excitement of other businesses that would come. We need to get the business coming back to Uhland, and I believe Karen could play a role in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Hill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually don't live in the city. My name is Brandon Hill. I'm the EMS chief with ESD9 EMS. With me tonight is Diane Herval. She's the president of the ESD. I just wanted to provide an update with the ESD9 EMS service transition from San Marcos, Hays County. On Monday, June 1st, ESD9 did put an ambulance in Station 24 over here off of High Road, and we will be the primary responding unit to the city of Uhland. As we progress through July and August, we will stand up an additional 2 trucks, one in Kyle, one in South Hays, and that'll give us a total of 5 units in the ESD9 area, 4 of which are in Kyle, which would be the units responding to Uhland. So again, I just wanted to provide that update. We are actively responding to this area, and if allowed, Ms. Mayor, I would entertain any questions if you guys have any before we exit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Contreras.
Stephen Contreras, 186 Adeline Drive at the Highlands of Grist Mill. I'm not for Karen Gallagher. It was Mark Garonzik who brought it up on his third term before he lost that seat. And he brought it up that she was stealing from the city. So, I mean, she created fake departments and hired her family. Why aren't we looking to hire somebody else that doesn't have baggage like that? And why are we getting rid of Kim? Like, what Kim was great. Mark Garonzik treated her and bullied her while she was here. He treated her terribly. I watched him do it every time I came in. I came into every meeting. He told her to come here, grab this, go grab that. And now he wants to get rid of her. And and then what is it? 8 for the mayor wants private parking. Like, who doesn't want private parking? I want private parking. Like, does her neighbors know that you want no parking around your area? I mean, I would love it too. So I don't, these pet projects that they're doing right now, the city council, they want to pass these items early and then hoping everybody would forget after 2 years, and then go back and put up their good guy signs when they're all done. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Next is Jimmy McClintock. I can bring you the mic. I have the extra slack here. Oh, yeah. Plenty of space.
Okay. My name is Jimmy McClintock. I live at 15 Deer Ridge Road, Wimberley, Texas. I was the building compliance official and septic inspector, technically called the designated representative for the city from 2013 to 2025. I'm speaking tonight with a heart filled with gratitude to bring public awareness to concerns regarding transparency, accountability, and public trust in this local government in Uhland. I believe residents of Uhland deserve to know that decisions affecting their community are being made openly, ethically, and in compliance with all applicable laws and policies. Sorry. Can't hear me? All right. I believe residents of Uhland deserve to know that decisions affecting their community are being made openly, ethically, and in compliance with all applicable laws and policies. When questions arise regarding the handling of public funds, conflicts of interest, agenda practices, or other government actions, those concerns should be addressed through transparency rather than ignored or dismissed. For me, this is not about personal attacks or political differences. It's about ensuring that public officials are held to the same standards they expect from the citizens they serve. Public office is a position of trust, and that trust must be earned through honesty, accountability, and openness. With my business and me personally, that public trust was violated multiple times under the past administration. I respectfully ask that the council invite me into executive session so that I may make a statement regarding the agenda item. My personal business experience is with this city. I believe it's agenda item 6.1, which is that after a wonderful 12-year relationship with this city, the prior administration failed to pay me for my services rendered 20 to 12 months ago, despite multiple requests by me to be paid. I wish to express both my need to be made financially whole, being owed over $200,000, and express my interest in being a part of a hopeful, meaningful, service-driven solution to make this lovely city whole again as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Susan Oppie.
As, do I start again? Am I good? Start again? Okay. Okay. So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Susan Oppie, and my address is 587 Arnold Loop in Uhland, Texas. And I would like to share some of my observations and concerns as both a member of the Economic Development Corporation and as a citizen of Uhland. I moved into Uhland in October of 2024 and applied to be on the EDC the following spring. When I applied and was approved to fill a seat that remained unfilled for 1.5 years, I knew I was stepping into a challenging environment. Since taking the seat, I have learned a great deal about how EDCs should run, and it quickly became clear Uhland has many issues to resolve, from legal concerns to lack of enforced policies and procedures. I also observed a lack of respect between members of the public and city officials and between city officials themselves. These issues have led to unrest in both the city hall and our community at large. And recently I learned that after the fact that 3 of the 6 active members of the EDC resigned unexpectedly, or perhaps I should say unexpected to me, as I was informed by a member of the community, not from my committee. It is hard, if not impossible, to believe that all of these committee members simultaneously made the decision to resign without discussing it with each other, which is at most a violation of public meeting process and at the least a violation of transparency expectations. Ignoring public process and transparency in the EDC's recent shakeup points to the unprofessional inner workings of a systemic problem within our city. Uhland will never thrive if respect for each other is not part of the plan. Clearly, many changes have occurred in a relatively short period of time, and I understand there will be growing pains as our small community increases in size and tries to address all that comes with such sudden growth. But regardless, we can do better. There's a palpable anxiety and unease within our community today. What people want to hear and see is Uhland's commitment to process and leadership. I expect all members of our city council can and will do that. And I think I speak for most of your constituents by wishing you the best in pursuit of this shared goal. May Uhland become a place that learns from its mistakes and becomes stronger by listening and working together. And lastly, I'd like to comment on the executive session agenda item pertaining to the possible removal of the current city secretary, Kimberly Weatherford. Since arriving in Uhland 20 months ago and while serving on the EDC, Kimberly has shown me nothing but professionalism, respect, and a willingness to serve. She has been an example of what being a committed civil servant looks like. And in my opinion, it would be a great loss to City Hall and the citizens of Uhland if she were to be fired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Michael Olson.
Name's Michael Olson. My address is 152 County Road 3344 in Kempner, Texas. No, I do not live here. We are your third-party inspection company currently. Just wanted to come in here because I saw the agenda about y'all are considering possibly termination of our contract. I just wanted to let you know that one of the main things that brought us here is this little black and white card that we all carry in our wallet. It's called a licensed plumbing inspector that is required by the state of Texas. It's a law. Every one of my guys that inspects in Uhland has one of those. When research was done back at the time before we came on, it was found out that your prior inspection company, they don't carry this license, which meaning from the time that he was doing or his company was doing those inspections, they were not legal by state law, which can hurt the city of Uhland. And that was one reason that we were brought on. There was also a call that was made to me. I don't know who it was. It was a young lady that asked me if Jimmy McClintock worked for Bureau Veritas as a plumbing inspector. And I said, no, he does not. That gentleman does not work for us. So somebody's asked about that plumbing license, which we all have to have. to even look at plumbing in any city in the state of Texas. If y'all choose to go a different way, that's fine. I mean, one way or the other, we're going to be here to support y'all until that happens. And I just wanted to let y'all know that we're here for y'all and whatever y'all need. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Next is Keisha Rollins-Contreras.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here so am I able to comment on them, the 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 after?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to comment on those items afterward, but regarding council, I want to speak directly to you guys, because the new council members, because you guys don't have a lot of background. So what I will say is, this is a lesson that I learned through my own experience, and trust must be earned. Verification is essential. I encourage you to be cautious when dealing with Mark Garonzik, Guadalupe Garza, and Mary LaPoint. In my opinion, their actions have demonstrated a lack of integrity, and I've learned the hard way that not everything said behind closed doors can be taken at face value. My advice is simple: verify everything, document everything, keep detailed notes, save emails and messages whenever possible, and manage recordings. I will say that I didn't trust anyone on this council, especially after what happened with the mayor and Karen. And so, or the mayor at the time and Karen. And so I documented everything. Phone calls of Mark Garonzik calling the previous council low IQ and saying that this council was now the best council that we had, when we all served together. And I'm willing to share all of these recordings with the media, with the Texas Rangers, law enforcement, and also with the new council members, so that you can have a background on what's happened in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any more?
That was the last one.
That was the
Unless
last
there's
one.
any more out there floating around. I think that's the last one.
Okay. There are no further public comments. We're going to go into executive session. The city council for the city of Uhland will adjourn into executive session to discuss any of the matters listed below as authorized by the Texas Government Code sections 551.071, litigation in consultation with legal counsel, 551.072, deliberations regarding real property, 551.74, personnel matters, and 551.087, deliberations regarding economic development negotiations. 6.1, Weaver forensic findings and financial matters related to Jimmy McClintock and McClintock Code Review, LLC, including consideration of any verified amounts determined to be owed by the city, consideration of termination of the city's current inspection services agreement, and consideration of reappointment of Jimmy McClintock as city inspector or interim city inspector. That's by Councilmember Garonzik. 6.2, discussion and possible action regarding the employment status of the city secretary, including possible repeal of ordinance number 259, appointing Kimberly Weatherford as city secretary. That's by Councilmember Garonzik. 6.3, discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of Karen Gallagher as city secretary and or interim city secretary. That's also by Councilmember Garonzik. We are going into executive session at 6:35 p.m. Bless.
I don't know why that's floating right here. I didn't know why it was floating right here. I thought I grabbed it. What time is it? My phone died. Figure it out. As long as I need to leave by like 8:15, 9:15.
Write it down on this one? I did. Okay. And did you not have a chance to address it when you were at the podium? Well, usually,
We are reconvening to our open session. The time is 8:22 PM. And we have Keisha Rollins-Contreras that you wanted to speak with on the agenda items.
Hello? Okay. So regarding Karen Gallagher appointment, I would urge you guys not to reappoint her. There's been multiple times when I was on council where she would call me after I send her an email to try to have private conversation. And during the time where Mark Garonzik was on council, and he basically was trying to get her terminated, she called me trying to plead her case. And I'll share that information with council so that you have it, the recordings. But also for any professional services, you should be going out to bid every 3 to 5 years. So for someone to consecutively be on in a professional position for 12 years, like McClintock, or like Karen McClintock being there for 12 years, you want to make sure that you have go out to bid RFP or RFQ so that you can get the most professional services and also the best, make sure that the amount that they're charging you is competitive. I just want to play a quick recording.
Hey, Karen. Hey. How's it going? Good, you? Busy, busy, busy. It's a busy day. I know, I'm sorry. Sorry all this drama too. I don't know if you're in an email that Mark Garonzik just sent out. I'm not. Okay, so he's asking for a special meeting to hire somebody to do my job.
So I have many recordings, and I'm happy to share it with the public, and with also have recordings of Mark Garonzik. And I just think that everyone should know what's really happening. I feel like they're trying to bring her back to cover up what has happened. So for you guys who are new, make sure you follow the money. Make sure you ask for emails. Do your own due diligence. Don't trust anyone. Do your own research. Look at the emails between her and Mr. McClintock, and also look at how he was paid and how he didn't send invoices. So don't get yourself in a situation where you're voting on something because you're being told to do it. Have your own voice. And on 6.2, I think Kim, considering the situation that she was in, she did a great job. I don't think, if she wasn't here, the city wouldn't have been able to stay operating. So if y'all want to go hire a new city secretary, I suggest y'all go to bid.
Thank
you.
And next is Stephen Contreras.
Don't let it fool you into voting for things that you know aren't right. So I just, I'm going to reiterate that we need to give Kim an opportunity, give her the way to review the work that she's done. She was on head for doing something as to why she's being replaced after so many years here. Why would you bring back a
Thank you. Was there anybody else? Okay. For agenda item 6.1, no action taken. For agenda item 6.2, is there any action?
I'd like to make a motion to conduct an employment personnel evaluation on Miss Kim Weatherford.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Esposito.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint. Councilmember Pineda.
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik.
Aye.
Motion carries. For agenda item 6.3, no action taken. We will now move into discussion and possible action items. The first one is 8.1, discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of an individual to fill the vacant City Council Place 1 position resulting from the appointment of Guadalupe Garza as mayor, and this is Councilmember Garonzik.
This agenda item is pretty straightforward. With this item, I believe that we should move quickly to fill that vacant place 1 seat so the city council can operate at a full dais and continue moving the city forward during an extremely important time here in Uhland. In my opinion, Mr. Alex Saldivar has demonstrated a genuine commitment to the community through his regular attendance, participation, and involvement in city matters. He's consistently showed up, stayed engaged, asked questions, and remained informed regarding many of the issues currently facing Uhland. This is not a learning period for the city. We're dealing with serious financial and operational and infrastructure matters that require individuals who are already familiar with the challenges that are in front of us. I believe that Mr. Saldivar has shown that he cares deeply about the community and is prepared to step in and serve.
Is there any other discussions?
Yes, have we received any other applications to review?
You want to answer, Mike?
Sorry. Have we received any other applications to review?
Do we have any,
No, so what council can do here is you can choose to appoint somebody or choose to open it for application. Council has the discretion to appoint how they see fit for their body amongst yourselves. So if you choose, you can either appoint somebody from the public who is eligible, city resident, been here for more than the required time, or you can open it for applications for other people to apply. Those are your options here. Or you could even actually move this to a special election if you want to. That's your 3 options, actually.
Okay. Did we, since the vacancy is because of Councilmember Garza being moved to mayor, so we knew that that vacancy occurred when she took the oath as mayor. Did we publish on the website that there was a vacant seat available on the city council?
Technically, no, and the reasoning why would be that council direction would steer this action. So it's vacant up until you guys give direction for what you want for the seat. So from this, item was brought to me from Councilmember Garonzik to appoint, but again, from that can be a different decision if you guys so choose. But filling the seat of mayor from place 1 at the last meeting doesn't inherently open it for applications. Council has to give direction for how they want that to move forward.
Okay. Okay.
plus I think we've had his application in for, I don't have a date, so he's had it for a while.
There's no date on the application,
Okay. I know he's had it for
but
a while.
it's been at least since we had the meeting a month and a half ago to discuss EDC placements.
Okay. Well, I personally think we need to publish it on our website so that we give all the citizens the opportunity, if they're interested to serve on the council. We really can't afford a special election, so that option to me, I don't want to see that option happen. But I think we should, I don't know, just in my opinion, at least publish it on the website and then address this at the next meeting. But that's just my opinion.
Well, and if we don't appoint someone to this vacancy, we have 4 council members, and if we have a tie, the mayor breaks the tie.
Correct.
So I would think that we'd want to fill the vacancy since we have an applicant available already. And I think that people shouldn't wait till there's a vacancy. They can submit their applications even when there's no vacancy, so that they can be on standby, like at the airlines.
Well, I think that we should appoint somebody. We have to fill that seat. We need to move the city forward. And I was appointed. It wasn't posted, I don't believe. And if it's up to council to make that decision, then we need to make that decision on what we're going to do. And that would be my recommendation.
I'll just say that, I mean, I've seen Alex here at meetings all the time. I see him understanding what's going on with the city and wanting to help and talk about different issues around the city. So I think that he'd be a good candidate. And I would say I wouldn't recommend having a bunch of other applicants come in when there's already someone that's willing to come and serve.
Any other discussions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to appoint Mr. Alex Saldivar to City Council Place 1 position.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Nay.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik.
Aye.
Motion carries. 8.2, administration of the oath of office for the appointed city council place 1 member. So do that now? Okay.
Alexander Saldivar.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute
execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
council member place 1
of Council Member Place 1
of the state of Texas
of the State of Texas
and will do the best
and will do the best
of my ability
of my ability
to serve,
to serve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state, so help me God.
and of this state.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, we'll go to agenda item 8.3, discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of a mayor pro tem for the city of Uhland. Councilmember Garonzik.
Real fast, I just wanted to, Alex, welcome to City Council. That book in front of you is all the pertinent laws that govern City Council, our social media policy. It's a really nice little cheat sheet to help you understand state laws governing City Council, social media policy of the City Council, and just some open records documentation. So you might just flip through that. If you have any questions, call me, email me. You can come in, we can meet one-on-one and go through that if you'd like as well.
This next agenda item is something that we just need to do in terms of procedure. We need to have a discussion and appoint a Mayor Pro Tem.
Do we have any interest from anyone on council?
Any volunteers?
If something happens to Guadalupe, who's going to take over?
Don't say it like that.
Mayor and council, if I can make a procedural recommendation, one way to break the tie of no one wanting to do it is for someone to make a motion nominating someone else.
Okay,
All right.
so there you go, Mayor. Does anybody want to nominate someone?
Well, I'll make a nomination to, or a motion to nominate Mary LaPoint.
Okay, and do we do a second?
You need a second for that motion.
Okay, we need a second?
Can I ask more questions or no?
Yes, you may. Asking a question counts as making the second. So at this point, we have a second on the floor.
Second.
Okay,
If we all agree that Mary is going to be it, is this something that she would have time for and she would want? That's something we should consider before maybe just throwing it on her, but
Thank you. I will do the best I can and for as long as I can. So
thank you.
we'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Councilmember Esposito, how do you vote?
aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
I have to abstain.
okay, does she abstain? Okay. Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
The motion carries. We have agenda item 8.5, discussion and possible action regarding city administration directed to restructure staffing and reduce personnel expenditures by.
8.4,
Excuse me?
8.4. We skipped that one.
Oh, excuse me. 8.4, excuse me. Discussion and possible action regarding the establishment of the fiscal year 2026, 2027 budget calendar, including the scheduling of 2 to 3 budget workshop meetings. SEC Finance is not here, but our city administrator will chime in.
Yep. So presented to each of you guys before the meeting was 2 documents. The one with blue writing is the proposed budget for 26, 27. I'll note that that budget is a balanced budget without any special revenues to make it work. It includes some changes to staffing organizationally to make that balance or the budget whole. But this is a very early rendition of what the budget will look like as we meet in most likely July. So the plan will be to have an agenda item on the July 1st meeting to do most likely personnel, and then hold a special meeting towards the end of July to go over the general fund and other special revenue funds to then bring to you guys. At that point, we'll start kind of picking through the budget and the line items and paring it down. But before you guys, as a proposed budget, would be fully balanced through the fiscal year. So that's great news. Even better news is the document that's in black and white in front of each of you is a reconciled budget in Fund View as of May 31st. So Doug from Zach Finance and I have been going through Fund View and reconciling the bank. Doug doing a lot of the legwork on that. You will notice that there is a lot of numbers on this page, but I want you to focus mainly on the budget balance remaining and then also the year-to-date expense versus revenue. So it's column number 2 and column number 4. You'll notice that the revenues so far as of May 31st is $3 million, or $3,086,713.29. Year-to-date expense is $2,086,260.91. For the mathematicians, we are currently under budget, overperforming revenues by $1 million. So the city right now is on track to potentially, depending how we track for the rest of the year, move close to $1 million into reserves pending some large transactions over the next few months. But again, We're trending higher in sales tax. Our ad valorem came a little higher, and we've really cut down on our expenses as a city to help reduce costs. So at this rate, likely we are financially stable to finish out the rest of this fiscal year. And that is what I'm highlighting in that budget as of May 31st. Having gone through the upcoming expenses and the expected revenues, we should finish with money to move into a reserve account by the end of this fiscal year, which then goes into next year's proposed budget with where we'll continue to pare down our expenses, reduce employee costs where we can see fit. Again, this organization is a little tricky because we're small, but we're in this weird limbo of being a little bit big currently. So we'll figure out as we move as a council, myself and Zach Finance, a budget that is appropriate for a city of our size. And the goal will to be conservative on our revenues and very strict on our expenses. That way, at the end of the fiscal year 26-27, we will likely end with reserve balance moving into a reserve fund that we can begin to build up over the next 5 years. With that, I'll take questions on this. I know it's a lot of numbers in front of you, and we've been diligently working on getting this through. I know this has been a long time coming since February when I first started, but I can tell you with confidence now that this is exactly where we are as a city financially. The one thing that we have not done yet is broken out salaries to the departments. So if you look at the expense summary from May 31st this year, you'll notice that like police department is $136,000 of their current $1 million budget. That's because some of their salaries are coming out of different revenues because again, fund or QuickBooks and how we were reconciling before didn't kind of break those up. So the next allocation will be for us to go through and now make sure that our salaries are also in the right funds as well to see which salaries might be exceeding expectations. I can tell you we're not doing overtime. We're not doing much time and a half other than the holidays that are required. So our salaries are on pace to be most likely within our budget. So the city has definitely turned a page, at least since I've been here, to be able to reconcile funds, reduce overhead, and the outlook feels a lot better than it did this time last year. So any questions about what you've seen? Again, the blue document, pretty small. I can get it to you guys digitally because it can be zoomed into and looked at. That will now be the document that we will now look at in the upcoming meetings to now make budget changes. So as you flip through that, if you see an item that you think is a waste of money, circle it. We'll talk about it in a future meeting about either why it should or should not exist in our budget. But that is the future budget of the city of Uhland.
I have a question.
Sure.
So on this document here,
Yep.
is this the one that you said we're going to have 2 to 3 workshops?
Yes.
Okay, and so then will you send out an email reminding council to select the day or give us some dates? Because I know it's probably going to be better different days and different time.
Yep. And I guess for starters, is July a good month for you guys to have 2 meetings? I know we moved from 2 meetings to 1 meeting, but when we did that, we mentioned that budgets would be a time where we're meeting a little extra just because it's so important. Is July open for most of you to meet likely the first Wednesday or maybe the last Wednesday? That's a nice bookend of the month. But if you guys, because at that point I can set that right now and send invites to you guys for those meetings.
And that's going to be a workshop.
So the first meeting is part of regular council because the personnel modeling is a lot easier than the general fund. So we can go through, we'll count how many employees we have, how many we're proposing in the next fiscal year. That's probably less than a 30-minute conversation because we're so small as an organization. The next meeting will be a workshop where we'll then go into line by line, however much you guys want to get into it or don't want to, across the departments. That's where we'll really get in the meat potatoes of what the budget will look like. And then there'll be a third meeting, likely in August, as a combination of both that we'll feel good with. And then we'll take a budget to adopt either later that month or in September.
Okay. So we'll have a meeting. Will it be combined with the regular meeting?
Just
The
that first one.
first
Because
one?
again, personnel is so small.
Okay, and then we'll have a workshop.
Correct.
Okay. So is everybody available for the workshop in July? I mean, I know we don't have a date yet, but as long as there's no vacations, anybody going on vacation? Good. Okay, so expect the email from Hayden and he'll let us know.
So it could be either the 22nd of July or the 29th of July. July actually has 5 Wednesdays. So a lot to choose from. So my preference would be either July 1st, obviously the normal meeting, and then either the 22nd or the 29th. I can straw poll you guys via email and you can respond back, or we can just pick one right now if you would prefer.
July 1st is not going to work for me.
Okay.
July 29th, I'm not here.
Perfect. So the first is a regular meeting for council. So that'll just be something that we'll have to just have less council members, it sounds like. And the 22nd, then we can put that as the proposed workshop, since the 29th doesn't work for you.
Okay. And one more question. Last time I asked you where SAC Finance was getting everything transitioned over to FundView, and you said 70%. Are we getting closer?
So with this, moving forward now, we are fully integrated through accounts payable in the general ledger. The next step are other modules such as utility billing. I put a post on Facebook about that, what that looks like for the community. So moving forward, likely this billing cycle, people will be able to subscribe to auto pay through the city. So their bill will automatically draft every month if they so choose. They could still come into City Hall and pay manually, but there'll be more options for payment. And then the mailing will be done third party as well, which will actually save the city money and time, and they'll be more accurate when they're sent out third party as well. So the remaining modules is timekeeping to allow for timesheets to be a lot easier for the city as well. Utility billing, and then general ledger and accounts payable are now fully on board. So the budgeting piece is fully active.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? We don't need any action on this one. Okay. So we'll move on to agenda item 8.5. Discussion and possible action regarding city administration directed to restructure staffing and reduce personnel expenditures by an amount necessary to eliminate the projected $675,000 budget deficit, prioritizing vacancies, organizational restructuring, attrition, and operational efficiencies before considering impacts to essential services. Councilmember Garonzik.
So this agenda item was prior to this update, obviously. So it looks like we're kind of moving in a lot better direction than we previously were. As elected officials, though, we are responsible to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and ensure the long-term financial stability of the city. So I would still probably direct city administrator to go ahead and continue to evaluate and look, not necessarily targeting any employees or departments, but to evaluate the organization as a whole and identify any kind of opportunities to reduce personnel expenditures through vacancies, restructuring, attrition, operational efficiencies, and other cost-saving measures before considering impacts to essential services. Whether public or private, we have to periodically reevaluate and structure to ensure that everything aligns with its financial resources and operational needs. So when revenues and expenditures are out of balance, leadership has a responsibility to make that difficult but necessary decision. I want to be clear that public safety and core city services needs to the residents are absolutely a priority. The goal is not simply to just cut costs, but the goal is to build a sustainable organization that lives within its means, which has not been respectfully the pattern that the city has had in the most recent years, while continuing to provide quality of service to the community. Taxpayers of Uhland expect fiscal responsibility. They expect us to address problems before they become a crisis. And so this item is about taking a proactive step today to protect the financial future of the city for tomorrow.
Any other discussion?
With this one, you can take action to obviously direct me to look at staffing and make changes as we need to close the fiscal year out, or the direction can be direction and we can, as we do the budget process, do the same thing. So it kind of just depends how you guys want me to handle this. Obviously, the proof is in the finances now that we can kind of look back and see that we didn't have 3 months ago. So I do believe we're doing this motion already today, but y'all can either choose to take action and say, yes, go keep doing this, or it's going to keep happening regardless of the motion, because I agree wholeheartedly that the city's obligation to our taxpayers is to run a good government. So it's happening without the motion, but if you guys want the motion, you're more than welcome to do it. I'm going to keep doing it regardless because that's what's good for the city.
Okay.
Yes, I think what you mentioned during having a special meeting for the salaries and the personnel benefits and everything like that regarding the budget shows that you're already being proactive in addressing that area of our budget. So I'm comfortable with that.
I am too. I feel like the workshop is going to be helpful to be able to understand everything and the way that we're structured and how we're being efficient as well. So.
Any other comments, suggestions, discussion? I also want to say thank you, Hayden, for working really hard on this with SAC Finance. It truly has made a difference, and I'm grateful for that. I'll have to let them know.
Thanks.
So we good? So we don't need anything else? We're good?
With no action, it dies and then we move on.
Okay. Okay, we'll move now to agenda item 8.6, discussion and possible action regarding the acquisition of easements associated with the Government Land Office GLO project, including authorization of a city contribution in the amount of $140,000, reimbursement from the GLO in the amount of $42,095.63, resulting in a total city expenditure of $97,904.37 to satisfy the city's local acquisition participation obligation in receipt of a project update from the project team. And we have Kat White Cotton and I forgot you, Linda. Thank you.
And I'll give a quick executive summary real fast to jump into this to kind of get us up to speed really quickly, if you don't mind. That way I can kind of outline kind of where we're at and why this is so pertinent for the city. So the GLO project is a project that is meant to redirect a lot of the stormwater through our city back to the creek to reduce some of the flooding hazards in our community. What's being presented to you guys are the last two pieces to finalize this project and get it completed before the deadline of January of next year. In your tablets, and it was emailed in the packet, is a handout showing an aerial map of the overall project scope and where we're at with that project in its entirety. It's important to note that the request for the financial contribution is not entirely a hit to the city. So $140,000 is the combined value of both easements, but the obligation for the city as part of this project was about $118,000, and $97,904 is the remainder of our obligation. So the city will be reimbursed $42,000 of these costs. I don't want to be doom and gloom about what this item means to you guys, but these two are the two last pieces to finalize this project. Without these, we can't move forward. So with that, the project team knows a lot more about this than I do, because again, I'm so new to this project. This is a multi-year, a lot of jurisdictions are involved with the county and the school district so far. So I'll kick it off to them to explain in better detail what this means.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So my name is Kat White Cotton and I'm with Linkford. We are your GA of record for this drainage infrastructure project. I am going to hand it off to Melinda Luna, who works with TRC and is your engineer of record, to kind of go over the scope, and I will come back in and speak on the funding. So I'm going to pass it off to her.
Okay, I don't think they put the microphones for smaller people, but starting with Site 7, and Site 7 is on the corner of State Highway 21 and Cottongen Road. We're at 95%. There's a few things along the channel, the head walls and stuff that have to be finished. And keep in mind that we just put in the drainage structure. The county is going to come back in and do the rest of the road. So, you know, it's a work in progress. So Summer Sun Cove channel, that's also pretty much done. There's a lot of channel work. We've been delayed with rain, a little bit of rain, then a lot gets released into this area, and we lose 2 days of work pumping out the water. So we're at 90% complete. So moving on to Site 5, which is what we call middle drainage there on Old Spanish Trail. A couple of the culverts that need to be upgraded. We're at 70% complete only because we need those easements to be further along. So Site 4 is pretty much complete. It's just the
asphalt that's needed, the final coat, and we're waiting on that because we want to do the whole project as a whole to make it look like it's one project rather than patches. So, and then site one, which is the Pocoloco drainage, is 0% complete because again, that's the easement that we're waiting for to go in and get that started. So overall, 75% complete in construction. I think that's pretty good because of all the rain and the delays that we've had. We're kind of a little bit nervous because we're in hurricane season, and that's might mean more rain. So we want to get this resolved as soon as possible. June tends to be a pretty light month as far as hurricanes go. We don't want to be here in that situation in September when the hurricane season starts revving up. But I know there's been a lot of challenges, but I want to thank Pack Saddle. They've been real patient and trying to work with everybody. That's the contractor. They wanted to be here, but they couldn't be here. So I think they're doing a great job. I think there was some challenges, but we're working through all those and making sure it's the best it can be for y'all. I'm pretty sure as one that did the hydraulic modeling, it'll make a big difference. You won't see those roadways go down when the floods come. So.
All right, thank you, Melinda. So I'm going to move on to the funding aspect of this. Of course, I have in the handout a little snippet of what we call the request for payment. And and I also included the full sheet just so you could get a full look at the whole document in its entirety. But this is a living document that is written from the contract of GLO and follows the living financial trail as we move through this. So this is a snapshot. This is our most recent one. So on the top, it outlines the GLO funding to date with the budget categories that it attributes to. So you can see what is being requested this period. In this instance, it was a construction pay application. So of course that's being allocated to that construction budget. And then we have a remaining balance in remaining percentages. So this is just kind of, it's tracking as it goes. On the lower half is other funding. That is where it's tracking the local match to this grant, which again was placed at application and follows through the life of this project. It is $118,516.61. Of that, it's broken into two budget categories that it was defined in the contract that you use it for. So the $20,612.24 to be used and allocated to construction, and you can pay that down incrementally or as we go. We just need kind of direction as we move forward, how we want to move with that, and we can have further conversations. And I'm sure we have until December to continue to tackle that side of things. And then, of course, acquisition has the 97,904.37. So to date, you'll notice we have not pulled down any local funds. So, and that will follow us to our later conversation. And I also wanted to kind of go over, because, make sure that it's understood that how this money flows. It's not like a lump sum that's just dumped into the city and y'all get to make the decision to figure it out. It's milestone based, and it has to meet eligible cost to be then turned into GLO for them to review and then reimburse you. So there are multiple levels of review that goes with any of these invoices. For example, if it's a pay application, the engineer is going to review it for quality control and quantity and make sure that it's meeting what's being asked. We also go through and double check that as well, like, hey, making sure we didn't miss a change order, or we're pulling more than we should be. And then it goes to the city for their review, and then GLO has their own review that their process. They're going to go through multiple levels there before it's ultimately reimbursed back to you. So lots and lots of hands are touching the funds as we go through this. With that in place today, for city to do contract and financial decisions, the signatories, we have Mayor Garza and we have City Administrator Hayden to do those. We also, I think the resolution in place also allows for Mayor Pro Tem. We don't have a spot for that as of right now, or we might. We do actually, we do. So if we want to move forward and add her to that, it's just it's a designatory form. We don't have to take it back to council for resolution unless we're messing with titles. So at this time, she would also be allowed contractual and financial decisions and signatory abilities. So before I move on any further, do we have any questions on anything I've shared so far?
I do.
Go for it.
Thank you for coming, by the way. Who was awarded, what engineer group was awarded this project?
TRC was awarded this.
TRC?
project. Yes.
So it's my understanding that there's 2 engineering firms that are on this project?
No, just one.
Okay, so Freeland Turk was never involved in
That is
this?
the city representative.
Right, but they
the
were,
city.
but they were never involved also with this grant?
Yes, there was a time that they were listed as the city representative. So we directed our questions in meetings and design efforts to them. And then they were then coming back and saying, okay, city wants this to happen. So yes, there was a time that that was part of the process.
Perfect, thank you. I just needed some clarification on that because I was a little confused. What challenges, there had been some mentions of some challenges that you guys had been faced. Can you share some of those challenges?
Yes, so we had multiple redesigns. We had a difficult landowners that in the initial onset of this, and again, I was not part of it when that came on, but when we came onto the project, Melinda also worked on redesigning a way to model it, still get a project that's viable and remove the obstacle that was before us. So we had lots of redesigns initially with that one, and then again, as long as through the process of redesigns of, well, hey, the city wanted this to change. So every time you would do a redesign, you're messing with the acquisition and you're moving around how that project is affecting people and the ultimate goal. So yes, there was a lot of redesign in this project.
How many times have those culverts been replaced over here on Old Spanish Trail? I'm not sure which site that was, maybe 4?
I would have to defer to them.
Right.
And so when we pulled the culverts out, and I knew this going in, I couldn't really see the spreadsheet. I saw it, rolled down. We pulled it out, I was amazed that they were still up. But as far as on Old Spanish Trail, I mean, one was concrete line, so I could really tell the age.
Well, it looked like there were rumors that that GLO the contractors put the culverts in and they were the wrong size. So then they had to pull them out and then put in another.
No, there was a design with the box around another box, and they were having, when they started, they looked at it and said, that's gonna be hard to build, so that part I didn't agree with before, I looked at it again, and I made it more simple.
Okay.
The other challenges we had were like utilities,
That was, we had many conflicts.
Mm.
And then it turns out, all that time we spent going out to the district, we didn't have one work around it. So there's a lot of just different things in there that were challenges.
From your view, you were talking a little bit about the accounting process of this.
Yes.
And the budgeting piece of it and how there's a lot of hands, et cetera, that are involved and very specifics about how pieces of money will come in and then deposited, and then they have to be executed to the contractors within 3 days.
Sure.
I just wanted to get your perspective on how the city has managed those controls and those administrative grant processes, has that created any sort of delays? I think the public is just curious as to why everything just kind of stopped, and to have some clarity around that would be really helpful.
How it stopped in the,
Well,
with the
yeah, like
construction?
all the construction just came to a halt.
So
And
do you want a question or is that an answer?
both.
To
I
the
think it's
3 days?
it's a two-part
Okay,
question,
thank
actually.
you.
So thank you for asking.
Okay.
The construction, there's construction phasing. And so like to get the unit prices, like for asphalt, you want to do it all at one time. So it's not delays in construction so much as really the key thing is the easements, not being able to go through with that part of the construction. That kind of offsets the, the final asphalt.
Mhm.
Is there a specific site that was in question when
Old
you
Spanish
speak about-
Trail just came to a complete halt.
Okay.
And then Cotton Gin Road came to a halt too.
I don't think there was, Conjun Road, the biggest challenge there was the rain. We lost 2 days of construction every time it rained to pump out. the
And
water.
having to de-water.
Yeah, and so we were doing that 4 times a week, and having only 1 day of construction. But I want to point out that it wasn't a delay in construction on Somerset Cove on Cotton Gin Road. It opened the day that we said it was going to open. So there was no delay. And last minute, the last day they told me they couldn't get asphalt, and I said, we're getting asphalt. We're opening up the road. We got asphalt, we got it, and we opened up the road, like you said.
Well, it looks great.
On time.
Oh, thank you. So as far as the process of payment, so there are, I guess to get into the nitty-gritty, there are 2 options when you're utilizing GLO funds. There's the reimbursement method and there's the advanced payment method. Now, when it comes to most of the budget categories, advanced payment is acceptable. And advanced payment to GLO is you incur cost, you pass it to GLO for them to pay that cost, and then it goes to you, and now you are now paying the vendor. So in that situation, when you incur an eligible cost, you get it paid through GLO. We then, as GAs, alert you to the city like, hey, we see it on the comptroller, it's coming to you, get ready. Because after that point, once it hits your bank account, you do have 3 days to cut a check and to get that money out. Now, the vendor could then hold the check for, who knows, a couple more days after that. But yes, as specifically, I did not look at the details of how many times maybe that had happened or not happened. I could definitely do a deeper dive. I would never want to shoot from the hip and tell you, oh, it's happened 12 times. Or I don't
that's
know
fair.
At this present time. That wasn't something I prepared for.
No problem.
Okay, and I'm
No.
happy to share it later. But
I
yeah.
appreciate the clarification around that, though.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. And so GLO is typically a reimbursement program where they want you to expend the funds and then they reimburse you. So, but they do have some flexibility by offering that advanced payment option. However, when it comes to acquisition, they have different rules that apply to it when it comes to advanced payment. So,
Thank you.
of course.
I have a question.
Yes.
This might be a construction question,
Oh, no.
because I was remembering that some of the residents that live on Old Spanish Trail are concerned with their driveways. They have to go over that hump. It's bad on their cars. And when is Old Spanish Trail going to get asphalt? When's it going to get finished? Do you have an ETA for that?
Well, that's what I was saying was that the last piece of this project, we want to put asphalt all at the same time, so it's all one, not patchwork. If there's something that's like bumpy, you think is, too much, let us know. Give us the
All
address.
of it, all of it.
Well, again, I can't go and pave
Well,
the road until.
No, what I'm saying is that several residents that live on Old Spanish Trail, when they're trying to get in their driveway, plus I also deliver Meals on Wheels, and I have to go in the driveway, and my car is low, so you're scraping it off that cement portion, the curb. And so that's why I was asking, because I know some residents have been concerned, when is that going to get
Well, we can pave it if y'all insist, but it's gonna look like patchwork, you know.
Right. Well, so then if that's not an option, then when will Short Street and then the Sealinger be finished? So that's when you're gonna do the asphalt.
Well, we're hoping, yeah, to do it all at one time, but we need one of the easements to come through so we don't have to tear out that asphalt again.
Okay.
So that's why I was telling the easements are critical. Like, we can't make any more progress unless we have the easement.
Okay, and that's gonna happen today. And so then once that happens today, then what is your next step?
Well,
So if we
then-
have an easement, well, we meet with the landowner, finalize those projects, I would say, I'm gonna give it a week and a half, 2 weeks. I'm not sure. We have to get the checks cut on. So let's just say 2 weeks. It could be,
Well, then we need a lot of lead time for Loco that.
Yes.
I can look to see if we can put the culverts in and then do the asphalt.
so I guess after this evening's meeting, what I'm hearing is more information on a schedule for that completion is something that you would want to see.
The residents want to know. The
Of
ones that
course.
live on Old Spanish Trail, they want to know.
And I think that's something we could follow up with. And is that something I could follow up with Hayden? And then he just send it, how would you like that information presented to you?
Email's fine.
Yep, you can email me and I can BCC all of council with an update
Okay.
with the schedule.
All right. And we can look at that and kind of flesh out what that looks like and have, I guess, more discussion of if that's not going to work, what do we do? How do we move from there? Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, of course. All right. Thank you, Melinda.
The next steps for the city, just so you guys are also up to date on what's happened to this point. The city's been negotiating with both property owners for these easements. We're at the point now where payment is the last step.
Yep.
So an agreement is in place for Loco pending funds. And I forget the other property owner, but we also have terms that are ready to be signed
Yeah.
pending funds. So we were in a situation where we were drafting the agreements, but we couldn't sign them until we had money allocated for these, or else we'd be in a really awkward spot where an agreement's been signed, but we have no money to pay them.
Yeah.
So this is now the appropriate next step. And again, we've been working on these agreements up until 3 or 4 days ago. So they've been a work in progress as we've been going along. Just for Loco, they have some requests as part of their easement. The other piece had a septic survey we had to get done before we can get through this. And so just a lot of moving pieces to get to this finish line. But I feel like we're definitely at the point now where once we get to this hurdle, this project will finish on time.
Working hard. So, that brings us to the action at hand, which is to authorize the $140,000. That gets our 2 highest priority acquisitions that are holding up construction, as well as, like as she spoke of, one unlocks construction now, the other one allows us to order and get lead times under our belt so that construction can continue to flow. So with that, we would be utilizing the reimbursement method that I was speaking about earlier. So we would pay out those expenses, and then for the amount that I have listed here, that is eligible, that 42,000 is eligible for reimbursement through the GLO process. And that would also fulfill your $97,000, which to date, we have not committed any resources to this project. And GLO has already expended a good $6.8 million. So they're looking at us to say, hey, when are you going to make some moves here? So that is the ask. Those are the priority projects. And so I leave it for questions before I let you go ahead.
Yeah, I think I did have a couple questions. So are these 3 easements that you guys are asking for, are these part of the original plan and we just haven't acquired them yet? Or is it newfound, now we need these pieces of land?
No, they're original to the project as it was designed. And so like he had mentioned, this has been, some of these have been a work in progress for a while. One of them, we've also had funding capabilities that were not of reach to us. So, we weren't able to pre-fund them initially. So it's been kind of like a difficult situation to buy easements without any money.
Thank you.
Yes.
From the city standpoint, just so you guys know, that it was the big dilemma for the major easement, was the ability for the city to be able to front $100,000 cash for an easement that we weren't
Right.
sure we had the funding for. part of this process was reconciling the bank to now know comfortably we can't afford to pay for these easements, given our current financial position.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay. Do we need to take any action on 8.6 or?
Yes, you need to give direction for me to allow me to purchase these easements with council direction.
From me or from council?
It'd be from council.
It'll be from us.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to direct the city administrator to move forward with securing these easements with the city contribution in the amount of $140,000, reimbursement from GLO in the amount of $42,095.63, resulting in a total city expenditure of $97,904.37 to satisfy the city's local acquisition participation obligation and receipt of project update from the project team.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Mayor LaPoint. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye as well.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
The motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item. Thank you so much. We'll move on to agenda item 8.7, discussion and possible action regarding a budget amendment, transferring and appropriating $140,000 to GL account 50200, grant expenses for easement acquisition, costs associated with the government land office, GLO project. City Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. This request is the married piece of the last item. The city cannot allocate funds and pay for things if they're not allocated in the budget. So with this, we are allocating $140,000 more to about $5,000 that exist because these easements were not previously budgeted in the city budget. So this now allows me to use this line item to make these payments, knowing that we will get reimbursed for part of it. The mid-year budget will have a deficit due to this because, again, the budget was adopted with a deficit. As we reconcile and do adjustments towards the end of the year, this will all even out. But this is the engine to allow me to then pay for these easements through the budget.
Because we're doing the general ledger 50200 for transferring money into it. Where's the money coming from? Which general ledger number?
So you're actually just creating the fund through this action item. So you would be just allocating $140,000 with the thought that our financial standing other revenues is lower. But there really is no spot where we're saying from this one to this one, we're just increasing the cost of that line item, knowing that towards the end of the year, we'll balance and reconcile.
So we're increasing our budget by $140,000, the budget that was adopted.
Correct. So the request here is regarding a budget amendment. So you're amending the budget to then increase. This is the same process we did for the vehicle leases. If you remember that a few meetings ago, we added money to the vehicle leases from nothing. So we added and increased our expenses by that amount. So this item will increase our expenses, our expected expenses by $140,000. But with what I know now about our financial standing, we will reconcile in most likely September and make all these line items whole.
Okay, so if we take action on this, we're increasing our 25-26 budget by $140,000 because what you're saying is we're not transferring it from another fund item.
That is correct.
And just to be clear, we just voted on this to make it happen. So this would be the mechanism.
Yeah.
In which
so this becomes the arm to make it happen.
Right.
Because this was a non-budgeted item to begin with. So this was not in our budget to pay for this. So we are now having to increase our expenses. But again, from what I know about our expenses through May 31st, 2026, a large majority of our expenses are coming under. It's just, I don't want to move money from expenses that might incur in the future. It's a safer option, just increase the expenses by 140, knowing that as we do budget reconciliation to close out 25, 26, that there won't be a deficit.
Right. I just want to make sure that the wording of because I agree, we need to do this because we just approved to get it paid. But I just want to make sure that the wording of our resolution, our motion is such that we're accounting for what action we're taking here. So we're doing a budget amendment, transferring money, and that's why I said when it's transferring money, to me, that sounds as if you're taking it from one fund line item to another. So should the motion be rather than transferring to increase the budget?
You could actually make it more simple than that and just not do transferring and do appropriating. You can appropriate this fund with this money, and that does the same thing as saying that we're increasing the budget. So you can say appropriate this money through this line item. It does the same thing as saying that you're increasing your expenditures by this amount. So my recommendation would be just to not say transferring and say a budget amendment appropriating $140,000 to that line item. There's no reserve funds of record. His question was, can we transfer a negative balance from a reserve fund, but the city doesn't currently have a reserve fund as a balance or as a budget item.
What about the Texas Star account?
That money is not eligible to be used for easement acquisition. We looked into that as well. And since both easements in question are not on right-of-ways associated with the city of Uhland, they're tech stop.
Yeah.
And then the other one is further off the road. They're not eligible. We looked into that as well. We definitely tried.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Yes, I will make a motion to approve a budget amendment appropriating $140,000 to general ledger account number 50200, which is grant expenses for easement acquisition cost associated with the Government Land Office GLO project. This action does increase the city's budget by $140,000.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, I have a second from Councilmember.
Mayor, as a procedural item, I'd like to point out to the city council that budget amendments can only be made by ordinance. And since we do not have a pre-drafted ordinance tonight, the way I'm interpreting your motion is that you're asking for me to draft an ordinance consistent with the motion that's being made tonight and to bring it back to the mayor for signature later.
Yes.
That is correct. I will add to my motion to direct the city attorney to create the ordinance necessary for this action to occur. And then if you seconded me, do you agree to the change?
Yeah, I second
Is
that
that
still.
okay?
Thank you, Ms. LaPointe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item is 8.8, discussion and possible action amending ordinance 128 and requesting no parking signs on Gristmill Road between Harvest Creek Streets and Granary, both sides on Gristmill. And this is something that residents had brought to my attention. This is not something that I want or need, but it is something that is important to the residents. And there's now 2 to 3 rigs that are parking on the street. And the ordinance that needs to be amended also has on there a weight limit. And so on page 3, section E shows prohibited streets established we will have to amend it and include the streets that we do not want these rigs parked because they're excessive in weight. And it started with one rig and now they're going up to 3. And this is this neighborhood this time. Next time it might be your neighborhood and you'll want to notify council that this is happening because this is for our community. This is not for me. And this also, the rigs are creating a hazard because the school buses and pedestrians and kids walking to school on Gristmill to Rampage Elementary is could be potentially blocking view and traffic because there's school buses and parents driving their kids to school. I already mentioned the excessive weight and damaging our streets, and we don't want to spend money to fix the streets. The streets are just 3 years old, maybe about 4 years old. So that's what I was informed by the residents that live near to these rigs, that it is a noise pollution as well for them, in addition to them parking there. And that's why I brought it to an agenda item. Does anybody else have questions?
Definitely a concern right next to the school with all the kids walking and stuff there. It really is turning into a truck stop and just ongoing maintenance on these trucks in the street. I did reach out to Hayes County and they said it's absolutely not allowed. So the only thing I see in this that maybe I would want to change is possibly extending this through the whole street of Gristmill because it's pretty much like a main road.
And I think part of Gristmill is Hayes County, TxDOT, and then the city limits. And so those rigs that are parking on Gristmill, as I mentioned, one of them's been parking there for like a year. And I know that the residents have complained to the HOA. The HOA can only do so much. And I think the police was also informed and they can only do so much. And the person has not complied. So, if we were to have no parking signs by ordinance, these trucks will not be parking there. And if they do, then they could get fined or towed as well.
So with changing this ordinance, you're wanting it to be completely no parking, not just tractor rigs?
Well,
whatever they're called?
Definitely the rigs, because they come at different hours. This is what I've been told. They come at different hours and they make a lot of noise when they park. And I guess they change gears or do something. And so I don't know because I don't hear it myself. And so that the noise pollution is one thing. And then the fact that they're now sometimes up to 3 parking on the same street from the same neighborhood. So, once somebody sees that, then another one wants to do the same thing because nothing's been done for the first guy. And so I was doing some research and found the ordinance 128 about truck weight limit. And it has some streets on here, but this ordinance is dated back in 2012. So it needs to be updated. And I thought maybe we could just put within the city limits. I don't know if we can, or do we need to mention the street names? I'm open to some feedback.
Okay, so you're wanting to not so much have no parking, you want to have no tractor rig parking.
Exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because when I read this, I thought it was a no parking at all.
Well,
Okay,
I mean, I've not had any complaints on the other cars,
so the other cars.
but the rigs have become a problem because it's now sometimes 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And they come and go, different hours, different days, and they don't have a schedule. And the residents that are near to them, they're the ones that are complaining and having to, according to them, suffer through that ordeal.
Right,
And so they reached out for some help.
right. So I will ask Hayden, is there something that the council has authority over, and how does that work? And
Yeah, I'll probably also defer to the attorney when I'm done speaking, because he'll be able to give the legal guys to this. But the ordinance that exists today, you would essentially just expand it a little more to different areas. My recommendation definitely is to specify what you are trying to reduce the parking of. That way there is no confusion. So it sounds like you're wanting industrial, commercial, or vehicles over a gross weight of blank. That way there is an easy way to do this. Now, covering the entire city, you could probably do no standing of these vehicles. Obviously 21 is a major thoroughfare for traffic, and I see a lot of trucks every day driving through here. So there needs to be at least a little bit of, give a little bit of mind to that we are a pass-through for commercial trucks. So you don't want to just say you can't come here, because this is a major way. And at some point we want their business stopping at our shops when they start to develop. I do think you could limit it to residential areas within the city of Uhland, and again, specify that you are restricting the commercial, industrial trucks or of a certain gross limit on the weight. And I'll defer to the attorney about how legally that gets drafted.
Absolutely. Thank you. Again, this is another situation where we need to draft an ordinance anyway. In order to amend an existing ordinance, you can only do that by ordinance. All right. And in this case, where there are potential penalties imposed, parking citations is the penalty, it must be published in the newspaper as well. And so my recommendation to you is that you give us direction today to bring back to you a written ordinance to consider at your next meeting. I've been taking notes about the things that you're discussing you guys might want to see in that ordinance. And if you want to make it very clear for me, you can do that in the form of a motion, and you can spell out exactly what you want. And I will bring back to you at your next meeting an ordinance that you can adopt.
I do have some questions. How many formal complaints have we had on this?
Directed at me, I've had 4.
4?
Yes. And it's been throughout. So it's not like 4 this week or 4 last month, because that rig's been parking there for almost a year.
Okay.
And I don't know if he's been properly notified, or if he's not wanting to comply because there's no ordinance, there's no signs to tell him no parking as well. So maybe that's why he's not, moving his truck and parking it elsewhere.
Thank you. Hayden, what's the estimated cost for these signs and the installation?
I can get that number, since the direction we're kind of moving towards now is direction for a final ordinance at the next meeting. I think with that, we can also figure out the cost. I'd also ask the police department probably to provide any call numbers they've had for this, because they likely also receive calls potentially. That way we have a full picture of data for you guys to understand it, is this worth the squeeze? Likely, but we can now have data to support it as well. And I can give you pricing based on your direction for the streets in mind. And is it every X amount of feet, the beginning of the street, the end of the street? I'll give you guys an estimation. Obviously, signs are fairly cheap to create, and we have the staff to do it in-house. So I'm not as worried about the cost, more worried about the legal procedure to make sure we're doing it the right way, and that we have data to back up what we're trying to do with this item.
The last question that I have is, how realistically are we going to be able to enforce this with a police department that works from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and you're talking about trucks that are parking there throughout the night? I had the no parking signs installed on the shoulders of Highway 21 because it was obscuring the visibility of people trying to come off of Cotton Gin or come in to the Poco Loco or whatever. There's always trucks that are parked there regardless of the signs. So I guess my question would be, how realistic is it that we can enforce it? And then what is the cost benefit? And I would like to see some more of the numbers. If there's been more complaints than the 4. 4 isn't a lot to me. I'm not saying I'm necessarily against it. I'm just agreeing with what Hayden had said. Is the juice worth the squeeze on this? And how realistic is it that it's going to be enforced and we're going to solve the problem for the community?
To answer your question, so This would be a prophylactic ordinance for the city because, to your point, with our current structuring of our police department and the lack of a municipal court, the enforcement of this becomes a lot of conversation and warnings and less of the ability to enforce it currently. Not to say you can't put it in with the thought that we are working towards a more complete police service and a court when the time is right. So there's nothing wrong with doing this as a procedure in preparation for what's to come, because I think we all agree that our goal as a city is to be a full service police department with a court to capture the revenues of the tickets we're writing. This is just kind of like an in-between step that can happen now, knowing that in the future we are working towards that goal.
Is there a current ordinance in place for the city that prohibits these semi-trucks from parking in residential areas? Is there anything?
So I think it's 128 is the ordinance. she brought
128
forward.
is the ordinance, but it's dated 2012, so I guess it needs to be updated.
Yep.
Yeah, then I did
Or
want to,
replaced.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure I already said it, but I just want to reiterate that this is all happening inside of a school zone. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I agree. 2012, the city was an entirely different view. I would almost guarantee you this neighborhood probably wasn't where it is now in 2012. So I think it is a good optic to go back, refresh some of our no parking for weight streets, just because the city is evolving so much. Naturally, you would want to increase your rules and boundaries as your city grows.
Right, because the school just opened last year. Yes, so we didn't have that problem before. Any other questions? So what do I need to do to give?
We can
Oh.
make a motion directing the city administrator to work with the city attorney to draft an ordinance to amend our current ordinance number 128 in regards to
From the top.
Okay, I would make a motion directing the city administrator to work with the city attorney in drafting an ordinance to amend our current ordinance 128 in regards to the parking of tractor rig vehicles within the city limits on residential roads.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Esposito.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint.
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda.
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik.
Aye.
And Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
The motion carries. The next item is 8.9, discussion and possible action regarding the police department vehicle lease purchase agreement with American National Leasing Company. City Administrator.
I propose an option, since I'm going to request this item goes into exec, that we can either move this to the end of the meeting to not keep people here while we're in exec, or we can go in now. But I do believe that we need to consult our attorney on this item. So I think either we can move it as the last item on the agenda if the mayor would be okay with that, or we
Yes.
can go to exec now,
Yes, we can move it to the end of the meeting.
just given the timing that we're currently kind of behind schedule.
Okay. All right, so then we're just going to move to agenda item 8.10, discussion and possible action regarding the creation of a no solicitation ordinance, and that's with me, Mayor Garza. I've been here 3 years, and I've had a multitude of door-to-door salesmen. And I know that I don't have to open the door and answer it for whoever's there, but because I don't want to give them the idea that no one's at home, in case if they have some malicious intentions in mind, then I always answer it, but I crack the door. And I've had 2 encounters that kind of was a warning for me and warning for our community as well. And I thought we need to have a no solicitation ordinance because one of them was trying to get in the house and not by force, but by his actions. And of course, he didn't come in, but his actions. And then the other one was, he was from Tennessee working part-time because his company moved to Austin. And so I said, why are you working here? Doesn't Tennessee have jobs? And he says, the company moved here to Austin. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but because, we have elderly, we have families, we have people that are single that live alone. I was concerned and I thought maybe we should have an ordinance because the city's going to grow. We should be prepared. Any questions, discussions?
I agree, absolutely. Number one, everything is online today. You don't need to go door to door. I mean, it really is a safety concern. I've had 2 incidents myself where I've had to call 911 for people scoping out my house, and I know exactly what they're doing. It's no guessing game or no surprise, so it's very concerning safety wise. A lot of kids in these neighborhoods and stuff too. To me, when I see some of these, concerning individuals going around the neighborhood, it doesn't put me at ease to know that I'm living in a safe community. Like I said, everything's online. You don't really need to be going door to door. I've talked to Uhland PD, and I don't know. I just feel that we shouldn't allow solicitors.
May I ask, if we create a no soliciting ordinance, first of all, is that legal to do?
I was going to clarify with that.
Thank you.
Yep. So what this would really mean is the city is creating a process to have someone have to be a legal solicitor in the city, which would mean that they would have to apply, likely go through a background check with the police department, and that is a fee that they would pay up front to do this. And then there would be a badge likely distributed to the solicitor who, if they come to your door, they are now illegally soliciting. By doing this, you've now created a box that is sometimes very hard to fit into, but to blanket say you can't gets a little gray, but you just create the process that makes it to where it's very much a legal process to be a solicitor in the city of Uhland, with a background check, a fee that is obviously not too exuberant, but still costs money to do because there's staff time involved. And at that point, they must actively display that at any time they're soliciting. So you as a homeowner know if they're not displaying some type of paper badge or something, they're illegally soliciting. This also turns into the enforcement arm that as we get a municipal court and have the means to be able to enforce this in-house, that will be the methodology. But at a minimum, we can at least create the security for our residents to know that if they're not displaying the badge, they have not been vetted by the city of Uhland.
I'll second what the city administrator is saying. In many of my clients, this is called an itinerant vendor permit. I've written itinerant vendor permit ordinances for my clients before. And what you do is you craft the permitting process to require them to fill out applications, for them to go through a process where they are internally vetted and demonstrate that they're a legitimate salesperson selling legitimate products in order to protect your citizens from that kind of predatory behavior that you're describing. The badge or identification card that he described is a common method used in cities to help your residents identify who is and is not qualified to be soliciting in their community. And so the system that he describes is exactly what I would recommend that you consider adopting. And if you would like, Mayor, I can bring you back a draft for consideration so that at a future meeting, you could potentially implement a itinerant vendor permit ordinance.
Is it possible that in their application process to become this vendor, that we make a rule that if somebody has a no soliciting sign at their house, that they are not allowed, and they sign that document recognizing that, okay, yes, I'm approved vendor now because I've paid my fee and I've gone through the background check. But I recognize that if there's a no soliciting sign, they're not allowed to go there. Is
Yes,
there something?
not only is that possible, but it's recommended.
Oh, okay.
Because then that provides a communication to the legitimate salespeople that they know not to go to those houses, that there is actually a penalty imposed if they attempt to solicit at a house that has a no soliciting sign. And you can communicate that message to your residents, and then everyone's on the same page.
Perfect.
What if the salesperson doesn't knock and they leave the business card or their flyer? Would that still be soliciting?
That is still soliciting, and it is still prohibited if they're not licensed.
How realistic is it that this can be enforced?
It is the same exact conversation as the previous one about once we have the means, this is prophylactic, but I think in the immediate protection of our residents, it will delineate those who are legitimate versus those who are not. And then as the city continues to grow and our resources allow us to then be proactive on this, someone then can say, in my neighborhood, someone's soliciting, an officer can then go investigate that based on the ordinances crafted from this. I think the immediate enforcement is unlikely, but the immediate impact would be that residents can now delineate who is a legitimate solicitor and who is not. So I think while the immediate enforcement will probably trail, there is an immediate impact that the residents will benefit from. And that'd be as simple as show me your permit that you can do this. And if they say no, then it's the residents know not to talk to that person. And then it can be the next step of they call the city, and then we can start also doing things. While the police can't, write a ticket for this yet, or they probably could, but it can't be enforced. At a minimum, they have to enforce the ordinances so they can go find this person and say, hey, you get to leave. You can't solicit because the ordinance doesn't allow you to do this. It's just there's a multi kind of phase to this that will likely end in us being able to write tickets for illegal solicitation.
Any other discussion? Questions? Do you have a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to direct the city attorney to create as what is listed here as a no solicitation ordinance, which you mentioned as the,
Itinerant vendor permit.
thank you.
ordinance.
And then to present it back to council.
Okay, do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
We have a second from Councilmember Pineda. And Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now we're on agenda item 8.11. Discussion and possible action on a resolution adopting a policy for appointments to city boards and commissions, and that would be our city administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. If you recall, a few meetings ago, we were in a situation where we had a lot of applicants interested in the EDC process, but there was a timeline that was adopted that made it a little bit inconvenient for us to be able to appoint folks. In your packet, it's item number 8.11 is a new City of Uhland Board and Commission appointment policy. And this item does a few things right out of the gate. It creates a rolling basis for applications so people can continue to apply for boards as the year goes on, and they get put into essentially the queue for future items. Another thing that this adds is an attendance policy for our boards. So I do think that council should be able to review attendance, and that if they miss, I wrote in there 3 consecutive or 25% of the meetings. That feels like a reasonable number, that if you're missing that many, you should have grounds for removal from the board so we can find folks who are interested in attending. I added a conduct and ethics just to make sure that those who are on our boards are adhering to also the ethics that you guys follow as city council members, to make sure there's alignment in our boards. And then created a removal process. That way, when someone applies for a board, they are agreeing to all these things. That way there's no confusion on just the standardization of our boards and our policies. I recall in a previous meeting, we talked about adding days or a number of applicants. That's been removed to where it's rolling. So as people come in, they're always up for consideration at a future meeting. So if you have any questions on that, this feels semi-straightforward. I will say the adoption of this does unlock the ability for a lot of applicants to immediately come in this meeting as well. I think enough time has passed since the meeting we had that discussion. It was, I think, before the no quorum after the election. So it's been a little while. So I think everybody who applied is currently eligible given the timeline. But this just creates a much cleaner process for us to be able to review applicants as they apply, as vacancies arise. We can quickly get people involved in the community, because if somebody's interested, it's not fair to wait 3 to 6 months for a process when they're interested today. So that is what's in front of you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But again, this feels like it's a great process for the community to be able to get involved quicker.
My only comment to that would be to ensure that the public is aware that this is the process, so that even if it's not published, that there's a seat on some board or commission, that they know that they're welcome to apply for the next vacancy that occurs. So as long as we have somewhere in bold, somewhere highlighted that the public is aware that that's our process, then yeah, I don't have an issue with that. That way we always have names available to fill the vacancies.
One thing that I added in there actually was the ability for the city to actively recruit on anticipated vacancies as well. So that allows us to put on the website that we're always looking, we're always wanting interested parties. So from here, this will become the new application. There is a spot on the website already for applications. The body of the page will now be more inviting to say, apply, and then when something opens, we'll call you. That way there is no waiting period and people are confused, because those who are interested, they know they want to be involved, right? And then when the vacancy pops up, that's when you put on Facebook for other people who aren't as involved in the city. But by and large, those who want to apply, they're very much in tune already with what's going on in the community.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to take action on a resolution of adopting a policy for appointment to city boards and commissions.
And I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pineda. Okay, Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint.
Question? This is adopting a policy for appointments to the city boards and commissions. We already have a policy, so would this be amending the current policy?
This is a brand new policy. So it's a resolution. So do you have to repeal the previous resolution, or does this supersede? This is not an ordinance.
Is there a previous resolution?
We couldn't find it.
Okay, so if there's no prior resolution and no prior policy, this is just a straight adoption.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay. Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
The motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 8.12. Discussion and possible action regarding acceptance of resignations from all Economic Development Corporation EDC members who have submitted resignations: Jeff Hummel, Chris Warndall, and Ron Merrill. This is Councilmember Garonzik.
Yeah, this item's pretty straightforward. We received their resignations from these former EDC board members, and before we can really move forward with appointing new members, we need to formally accept the resignations. Accepting these resignations allows us to move forward and begin filling these vacancies again with qualified individuals who are ready to serve, help guide the future of our economic development of our community. And so for that reason, I support accepting these resignations.
Any questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the resignations.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar,
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, item number 813. Discussion and possible action regarding removal of Keisha Rollins-Contreras from the Economic Development Corporation EDC Place 7. And that is my agenda item.
We have public comment.
Oh, I want to make the comment after. I'm just here. Yeah.
You want me to go first? Okay.
No, she can do it whenever the mayor wants her to do it. Mayor, it's your discretion as to when that you receive that comment. If you'd like, you'd have called the item on the agenda. If you'd like for her to make her statement before council considers it or after, it's your discretion.
I would personally like to hear what she has to say
Sure.
before we
We'll go.
discuss it.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say for this one, I feel like it's retaliation. And I have not done anything wrong to be removed from the EDC. So I feel like this is retaliation from Garonzik as well as Mayor Garza. And that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I had originally brought up this same agenda back in April 2nd, 2025, agenda item 6.3 at our council meeting, and addressed concerns of having, at that time, I had this information, dual members from council and EDC. And I had contacted TML because they have legal helpline. And they did say that dual members are allowed, which we did have 3 at the same time. And things have changed for the city, so I am recommending that out of the applicants that are available, we appoint somebody. TML also mentioned that EDC members can be removed for any reason and at any time. Any questions?
I have a statement to make about this. So I wasn't here in April, so I don't know how that would particularly be retaliation. But in that light, I do support the removal of council member or EDC member Keisha Rollins-Contreras, because I do have some serious concerns regarding the fiduciary oversight and judgment that was exercised during her tenure. The responsibility of an EDC board member is to protect the taxpayer dollars and thoroughly evaluate projects, ask difficult questions, and ensure that every investment provides a clear and measurable benefit to the community. And in my opinion, that standard was not met. The community has watched as significant public funds were committed to projects and events that failed to deliver the promised value. One of the most concerning examples was substantial taxpayer investments associated with the property for the Uhland Fall Fest and related expenditures, where hundreds and thousands of dollars were spent with little demonstrable return to the citizens who funded this. Board members have the duty to perform due diligence, identify risks, and protect the public from questionable deals. And individuals seeking to benefit from taxpayer resources. When those safeguards fail, accountabilities become necessary. This action is about restoring public confidence in the EDC, ensuring stronger financial oversight moving forward, and appointing board members who will aggressively protect taxpayer dollars, demand accountability, and focus on projects that actually create lasting economic value for the citizens of Uhland. The taxpayers, they deserve representatives who are going to serve as stewards of their money. And I believe that new leadership on the EDC is necessary to accomplish that goal. So my vote is yes for removing Keisha Rollins-Contreras.
Any other discussions?
My only discussion is that I don't want this to turn into like politics. Never been a politician. We appreciate everybody that wants to volunteer and serve on a board or commission and they're taking their time to get involved with the city. And we need more residents that do that. And I don't want us to get to where we're removing volunteers without cause, because then nobody would sign up, of course, and they would think it was, with politics. I wasn't aware until you just read that of those
Projects.
I don't know, I don't know what you want to call it, characteristics of her performance or something, whatever you want to call it. I wasn't aware of those things. So initially I was like, well, we can't without, to me, in my opinion, I couldn't in good conscience just remove somebody if they hadn't done something. But from what I'm hearing you say is that there has been cause.
I mean, there was an arrest, so that's pretty proof. That's a matter of public record.
Okay.
And that was initiated through the EDC for the Uhland Fall Fest.
That's all I have.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, I heard what you said, Mark, but Mayor Garza, this is your action or your discussion and possible action item. I do kind of agree with what Mary is saying. I would like to know some more information or get some more data possibly on the reason why we would want to remove her.
First of all, TML Legal Help said that EDC members can be removed for any reason at any time. That is not my words. That's what they said. And I don't know if our attorney can say if that's a rule, a law.
I can confirm that that is in the local government code. The city council appoints board members to the EDC for a 2-year term, and board members can be removed at any time for any reason.
Okay, thank you.
And then one more thing, Mark, you said that there is stuff documented on public record. I just want to re-ask. So there is evidence and findings of wrongdoing in the past that would lead the council to want to go in this direction?
Yeah, so there was a grand jury indictment and an arrest associated with this event that was initiated by the EDC.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. A motion for removal of Keisha Rollins-Contreras from the EDC board, place 7.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
A second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Esposito.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint.
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda.
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik.
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, and then we have, can we combine all of these 8.14 through 8.17?
Yes, ma'am. You can call those all at the same time, and you can make motions as you see fit.
Okay. We can have appointments for the vacancies that were created by the resignations, and then on place 7, which is also vacant now. We have applicants that have applied that have been on standby. So we need appointments to be made to EDC place 1, 3, 4, and 7. Do I have any recommendations? Any suggestions? You have the names?
Yep, so.
Because, go ahead.
There, that I can find 7 applicants dating back from March 30th until the end of May. Those include Jazz Gasper, applied 5/21/2026. Michelle Wolfe, March 30th, 2026. Wendy Tristen, April 9th, 2026. Victoria Razo Dabney, 5/25/2026. Alex Crunkleton, 5/7/2026. And then the last two are Mathew Esposito and Alex Saldivar, who are now on city council. As you guys know, you can move people from council to EDC if you choose, or you can choose to have the entire board be made up of people who are not on council.
I'd like to make a recommendation to possibly appoint Michelle Wolfe to one of these vacancies, possibly EDC Director's Place vacancy 1. She comes to every meeting. I've seen her here for as long as I've been here, very consistent. And I think she really cares about the city and wants to see it succeed. So I would like to recommend her.
Excuse me. I just want to say that we're going to appoint persons on the vacancies. We're not going to give them a position because that's what EDC will do when they vote. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. Typically,
No, the place number, yes. But like we have vacancies for president, vice presidents,
yes, ma'am,
treasurer,
you're
and
correct.
secretary.
At that point,
City council is not naming who will be the president
Right.
or vice president. You're just naming people, but you will do it by position number.
Right.
Right. And Mr. Esposito, do I take that as a motion to nominate her for that position, to appoint her to that position?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Michelle Wolfe to the appointment for EDC Director's Place vacancy place 1.
Do I have a sec- Okay. We have a second from Mark Garonzik. Give me just a second. I'm taking notes so we can have some meeting minutes. I'm helping out. Okay, we have a second from Mark Garonzik. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
and Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
and Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. 8.15, appointment for EDC Director, Place 3, vacancy. Do we have any?
Who are the other names even?
So
Oh, I'll make a recommendation for this. I'd like to make a motion for Wendy Tristen.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Alex Saldivar. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Other applicants?
Next, you have Jazz Gasper, Victoria Razo Dabney, and Alex Crunkleton are the ones who are not on council currently.
Victoria, what was her last name?
Dabney, Razo Dabney, Razodobney.
Did she happen to put on there if she's had previous EDC experience? I seem to recall somebody did.
This applicant. They work in events, it looks like. So she works for the Austin Convention Center currently. Or was. The resume is inside of the packet for you guys if you wanted to also flip through it. Yeah, it's labeled 814, 817 Economic Development Applications. It's on starting on page 14.
And may I ask, which I should have asked earlier, have all these applicants been vetted to meet the requirements to serve on the EDC? For example, residency requirements or any other requirements that we have in place?
Yep, I have looked at some of the addresses and I can see based on what they put on their application that everyone does apply based on either being in the county that we're sitting in. So far, no applications have been for people who wouldn't have qualified.
Okay, thank you.
So to answer directly.
And I think we also had our former attorney say that there were, former attorney Tyler Stevens say that there were no residential limitations on EDC. That's what he said.
That is incorrect.
Be-
Chapter 505 of the Texas Local Government Code specifies residency restrictions for members of the EDC. This is a type B EDC. And so members must either live within the city limits or within the county where the city is located. Since you guys straddle a county line, then it's the county where a majority of the city is located, which I believe for you is Hays County. So either within the city limits or within Hays County, or within another county adjacent to Hays County, so long as they're no more than 10 miles away from the city limits. So that brings in Guadalupe County, Caldwell County, Bastrop County, no, not Bastrop County, Travis County, so long as they're within 10 miles. It is a complicated system, and Mr. Radowski said he has vetted them. I'm going to take his word for that. I have not looked at it myself.
Okay. Do we have any nominations for 8.16, appointment for EDC Director, Place 4, vacancy?
I don't really know these people.
That can be an option here as well. We could.
You don't have to know.
We could choose to, if you wanted to, table, have time to look at all more of the applications, and then come back, because as you're adding folks on, you are creating what is a board that could still meet. I think just doing some quick math and trying to figure out who's on there currently versus who you've appointed. So we've appointed 2 so far. There are 2 existing members on there, so you have 4 to create a quorum now, at least at a minimum. So you could choose to either have more time to review these applicants. You can actually bring them in at the next meeting. You can actually request them to come in and talk with you guys. Just given the current timeline and staffing limitations, that just wasn't possible for this meeting. But we can definitely ask these folks to come in and talk, unless any of them are here in the crowd to speak. I don't know if I see anybody. I don't know those folks either, so I couldn't pick them out. But at the next meeting, we could choose to then have people come talk. Usually, if you know somebody, you can appoint them. But in this case, if you're not feeling comfortable, I think the best action would be to let them come in, introduce themselves, hear more from them, and then keep the posting live to let people keep applying as well.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, is when does the EDC meetings happen? I don't remember.
I honestly am not sure.
Okay, so, but we will have quorum, there will have quorum with these 2 additions.
I believe so.
Okay, good. All right, so then do we want to table them? Okay, and
I'm going to make
both
a
of them.
motion to table 8.16 and 8.17.
okay, do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
We have a second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section number 9, discussion only items. We don't have any. Do we have any city administrators reports or any announcements?
More of just a statement that as a city administrator, I'm still excited about what's happening for the city. Obviously, throughout this meeting, we've heard about a lot of really exciting things happening. Financial stability is on the horizon. A lot of projects are starting to close out. And so I will say that to the public and everyone who's listening and in attendance, there are good things still coming for the city of Uhland. And I'm hopeful that through financial stability and through getting the appropriate people to be able to do these jobs with us, I'm excited for the future. So it's more of just a statement of confidence that we're heading in a direction that I think is going to be stable for the city. Let's not forget, we have one more item to convene into executive session for.
Right.
But that's my update, just that everyone stay positive.
Thank you. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
No.
Oh, excuse me. I thought we don't close it and stay here for the executive session?
No, so what we'll do is you'll make a motion to essentially reading that top phrase again, and then the item is going to be the vehicle leases.
That's correct. So all you need to do is announce the time, announce that we're recessing into executive session under item, this will be under 071, consultation with an attorney with legal counsel. So if you just announce the time, that'll cover.
Oh, okay, the time. Going into executive session at 10:17. They should have, Hayden should have another one of these. No, we'll get one. I'll get you one. But I wrote on it.
Nah, it's all good. We did call my parents right out. Yeah. Yeah. First time. Because it won't pick it up on computer or anything. You really want to hear it. Okay.
Safer up there.
Yes, sir.
Safer up there. You're live. Yeah, we're still live.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check.
Okay, we're going to reconvene open session at.
Muted.
We're going to reconvene to open session at 10:51 PM. Okay, and this is agenda item 8.9. Discussion and possible action regarding the police department vehicle lease purchase agreement with American National Lease Company. Do we have any action?
Well, I would make a motion authorizing the city administrator to sign the vehicle lease agreement regarding the police department vehicles.
Do I have a second?
Please mention 5 years, by the way.
Oh.
5-year.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Pineda. Second and motion. Okay, Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPoint,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Alex Saldivar.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second from anybody?
I'll second that.
Second with Pineda. And Councilmember, it's getting late and I'm hungry. Councilmember Esposito,
Aye.
Councilmember LaPointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Garonzik,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 10:53 PM. Be safe going home. I have to stay. I got work to do. Oh, you're going to work? Oh my God, I'm so sorry.